Hello everybody, I'm Sable Dragon Rook, you can call me Sable. And in this guide I want to walk you through how to get every hint for the all talked out trophy. There are 62, I know that that's debated online, but there are 62. The majority of them are very passive, so pick your favorite TV show, get some snacks, whatever, and just enjoy sitting around, because we're going to be here for a while. I'm going to show you all the requirements for each hint to pop so you know exactly what to do. As long as you do what I do, you'll get them. So here are, before we start, a few important things to know. First of all, some of the things that the narrator says aren't mandatory, which is why some people disagree about how many hints there are. So sometimes I might get interrupted by a hint that doesn't matter, and that's okay. I'll make it very clear which hints are important. Number two, it's also super important to understand that even really minor things like calling Trico or touching him can make you accidentally skip a hint. So make sure to follow what I do closely, because otherwise you might accidentally go too far. Number three, if you die or reset a checkpoint, you'll need to get the relevant hints again. So remember that if you hit L3 and R3 and hold it down for a second, you can see the last hint you got, or rather the last thing that the narrator said, I guess. So that can help you understand what you might need to get again. Number four, the first 14-ish hints can sometimes trigger in an order that's different from what I show, depending on like how close you get to Trico or how you interact with them or whatever. So the first few come very rapid fire, so I'm basically sure I'm gonna get interrupted at some point by some of the hints that aren't mandatory. That's fine, just follow along and you'll get what you need. In the video, once we're set up for a hint, I'll be cutting right to when we get it, so you don't have to like stare in complete silence for 5 minutes. But I'll also be running through the entire game, so you can follow along directly if you like. Otherwise, if you'd rather just skip to each individual hint or find one that you're missing, there are timestamps in the description. With that being said, let's get going. Okay, so let's get started. If you have previously just completed a playthrough, you're going to want to hit continue if you're just like going through again for the hints, and this is your second, third, whatever playthrough. I'm going to do new game because I'm not at the beginning of the game, so that's how I'm going to start. And then once we pop in here, there are 62 hints that are required for the all talked out trophy. There are some things that the narrator's going to say that are kind of automatic or they're not required for the trophy, but sometimes you might hear them. For example, in between hint 5 and 6, it's not uncommon for the narrator to say the beast was highly agitated, it seemed unwise to approach, etc. That's not technically required, but he might say it anyway, so we're not super going to worry about that. Hint number 1, in its pain the poor beast was wary. We need to get over to Trico here and stand next to him while he attacks. We're going to do that usually for about 30 seconds. It can trigger a little bit sooner. We'll see. There we go. So hint number 2, which is the beast was far from happy. We need to stand away from Trico. Use L1 to look at him. We want his head to be in view. And we're going to spend a little bit of time, usually about 60 seconds, looking at him from a distance when he's not angry. Okay, that was pretty quick. Hint number 3, I decided to help it to pull the spears from its flesh. Just take a couple steps in some direction to let the game know that you're still playing, and then just wait 60 seconds. Do the same thing. Alright, wonderful. So hint number 4 is after the cutscene. This next hint is I wondered if the beast might be hungering for something. So we gotta get Trico through this little scene. Go ahead, pull this spear, and we'll tackle this hint once we get through the scene. Alrighty, so the only thing that we need to do for hint number 4, I wondered, is just get away from Trico a little bit. Don't go up near the barrels. Don't go near him. Just check him out from here, and that'll trigger. At number 5, it was wary and would not allow me to approach. We need to be on Trico behind him where he has the spear. And we just need to kind of mess with the spear. So like over here, we can hop on the spear. We can generally just mess with him. This is often where you also get the beast was highly agitated. So that may or may not pop for you. And then just stay in the same place. Continue to mess with Trico for hint number 6, which was thinking it unwise to upset the beast. It can take upwards of 30 seconds to get this. We'll see. Cool. So that time, we happened to not get the beast was highly agitated. You might, if you do... Trico, shh. Chill, buddy. Oh, there it is. So yeah, they can kind of trigger out of order. But if you get it over there before you get the next one, just keep messing with Trico. And then number 6, thinking it unwise, will pop eventually. For number 7, I was more than a little surprised. We need to get up here by this barrel. And keep Trico and the barrel and the boy in view. And then for approximately, I don't know, 30 seconds or less, you'll get... I was more than a little surprised. It depends on how fast the boy says that, like, are you hungry thing. So there you go. That was number 7. Number 8, I suspected that the great beast had not eaten in some time. Same thing, just stand here. You don't even have to move. Just wait like 60 seconds from here. Great. Hint number 9, I wondered if its hunger might not yet have been satisfied. Requires us to give most of the barrels to Trico, but not all of them. So there are 3 in this room. We're going to give him 2. Remember, if you've watched my lightning emissary guides or anything like that, that looking at Trico makes him eat faster. Thank you, Trico, for knocking that barrel into just an impossible place for you to eat it. Cool, cool. Well, let's give him this one first. And then once we get both of these barrels over to Trico, and he eats them, all we have to do is make sure that the boy and Trico are both in view. Can you leave me alone, buddy? Make sure that the boy and Trico are both in view. And just be looking at Trico. Oh, hey, we got a different hint a little bit early. I'll explain that one in a second because it wasn't supposed to trigger in that order. Hints 1 through like 12 are all kind of variable. Depends on what you're doing, like messing with Trico. But for now, we're on number 9. I wonder if its hunger might not yet have been satisfied. So feed him these 2 barrels. And then just make sure the boy and Trico are both in view of your camera. Okay. Number 10, I decided to go and search for more barrels, is exactly the same as number 9. You don't even have to move, just continue to stand here, look at Trico, wait just about 60 seconds. Okay, so number 11, the beast seemed reluctant to eat with me close by. We happen to have already gotten, just because Trico knocked that barrel in kind of a funky way earlier, and we got really close to him. But let's pretend that that didn't happen, and I will show you what to do. So he needs this other barrel now. And it's usually very quick to trigger. You don't need to spend too much time around Trico. You take this barrel, you put it near his mouth, and you stand close to him. Not close enough that he's angry, which, you know, would be like right down by the barrel. Stand back here, where he's just kind of vaguely upset. You can even stand a little bit further back. Just make sure that his eyes are still pink. and then give it about 8 seconds, and you'll get the beast seemed reluctant to eat with me close by. The one that we just got was another cool optional one. You don't need to worry about getting that one. It's fine. So number 11, the beast seemed reluctant to eat with me close by. You will have already gotten it by now. Number 12, my offerings appeared to have sated the beast's appetite. That means that we need to finally let Trico eat this. And then we'll go and look at the spear in his shoulder. Alright, so he has eaten that now. And we have observed him eating it. So he needs to stand up because he has the spear in his shoulder. You know, he'll fall down again. And then once he does that, we'll go over, we'll take a look at the spear for ourselves. And just hang out. There you go. Now the boy's going to say, does it still hurt as long as you keep this camera angle where you have the spear and Trico and the boy? There you go. And once he says that, we can get number 13, which is the spear in its right shoulder prevented it from standing. Great. Number 14, exactly the same. I did my best to remove the spear, is just keep the spear, Trico, and the boy in view. So I'm going to actually move back a little bit. And then just kind of hang out. 60 seconds. Alright, that's our final hint before this next scene. So if you have watched my Lightning Emissary guide, or you just happen to notice this, you can actually remove this collar from Trico right now. Don't do that. That will ruin some hints. So just leave it alone for now, pull this spear, and we'll get this little cutscene. Okay, once this scene is over, Trico is still chained to the floor. So we're looking for number 15. The beast seemed greatly improved. So we're going to run over here, way off into this corner if we can, and then call Trico. We want to be like really far where he can't reach us, but he still needs to be able to see us. So like right here, call Trico. Oh, wonderful, he's running. So bam, that's a heavy pull, which is going to get us this trophy. I'm sorry, this hint. If Trico doesn't run at you and really aggressively get pulled by that collar, then you'll need to kind of walk him around and get him to kind of gently tug on it 3 times instead of just the one from the heavy pull. However, number 16, I resolved to free the beast, has the same requirements. So we can walk him around. Just keep him pulling on the end of his collar like that. You see he's at the end now. And he kind of made a facial expression like, oh, I'm stuck. When possible, just be like really far away from him like this, because it encourages him to run. Come on, man. Bang, there's another hard one. I resolved to free the beast. So that's the criteria for both 15 and 16. Number 17, having thoroughly explored the area, we need to remove the collar from Trico's neck. Which is hard because he still has this armor on. Which is why the boy isn't doing anything. There was another gentle pull on the collar. If you're wondering what to look for. Dreeks, can you chill for a second, my dude? There we go. So we remove this collar for number 17. And then Trico's gonna shake off his helmet and his back piece. Excuse me, Trico, you gonna shake that off? Thank you. And then once he does that, he'll come into this room and he'll kind of mess with you a little bit. I'll show you. Just get rid of his attention. We need him to go to sleep for number 17. Hi, dude. Get in here. So see, he's really interested in me. He's not just automatically going to go to sleep. So I'm just going to leave. Walk him around a little bit. Don't necessarily need to call him because he'll just track with you. I'm over here now because I am trying to just break his attention on me. So that in this other room he will step over the trigger to go to sleep. Don't mess with the barrels up on the ledge. Don't do anything besides take Trico's collar off and then wait for him to go to sleep, which is what he's doing now. He's going to sleep in this patch of grass. Just keep running him around until he goes to sleep. He might knock the barrels down, whatever. Just don't climb up him to get on that ledge until we've gotten this hint. So, once he goes to sleep like this, position yourself like so. We need to be looking at that tunnel above the boy's head. So this is kind of a very good angle here. You might have to keep correcting the camera. Trico needs to sleep for at least 60 seconds. The boy needs to be looking up at the smoke, and you cannot touch Trico. Do not go over and climb on him. Just look at the tunnel. Okay. Finally, we have this hint. After that, the next hint is tied to the mirror, so we can go ahead and just do this entire section here. Don't worry about the barrel. If you're going for all barrels, stick around once you come back out of here to make sure Trico eats that. If you're not worried about it, then, you know, whatever. I'm resetting the checkpoint just to teleport myself forward. Just go through the cave there. Alright, so we go forward, get this mirror. Make sure that once you pick it up, you don't use it. Just grab it and leave. Hint number 18 is going to be the beast at my side. I raised the mirror, which is why we don't want to use it, because we don't want to let the game know that we can use it. This part, this mirror, is another one that's not mandatory, in the sense that you'll always get it anyway, so it doesn't matter. So head back out. We'll get back to Trico. It'll play this little scene where Trico is some level of upset / horrified / interested in it. Okay, remember, don't use it. Just hop down. It's easy to accidentally hit circle, especially if you're like thinking about not hitting circle. And then that barrel may or may not be down there, it doesn't matter. Just stand here. 180 seconds, which is 3 minutes. You just stand here and don't use the mirror. That is the only requirement for number 18. Okay. We have been standing here for 3 minutes. Now, hint number 19, though assailed by doubts, we need to use the mirror, but not on the wall that would let us out of this room. So just shoot it, get this little automatic scene. and then stand wherever you are, wherever you want. This, the lightning that flew from the beast's tail, is always guaranteed, so technically it's another hint, but you don't need to worry about it. It's not number 19. Number 19, though assailed by doubts, requires you to wait for 2 minutes after you have shot something that's not the way out. So hang on for 2 minutes. Okie dokie. Onward. Now we can finally start making some progress. As you can see, we have been in the first room of the game for 30 minutes. Thankfully, hints are very front-loaded. We're already on number 20 now, out of 62. So they'll start to be spread out a little bit more. You can destroy the wall now that lets you out of this room. We're going to go to the edge of the lake up here to get number 20. Number 20 is my friend seemed reluctant to swim. And again, I had heard of these great man-eating beasts is always going to happen here, so yes, it's kind of a hint, but you don't need to worry. Things like that are why people can't agree on how many hints are required for this trophy. Alright, once you get up here, it's actually helpful to wiggle like that to trigger the checkpoint and then reset so you don't have to wait like a million years for Trico to get up behind you. Hop down. And then once you're in the water, look up at Trico. Once he's hanging over the edge like this, you can see he kind of wants to jump in. Once he's like that and he's willing to like look at you, call him and the boy will say, "You don't like water." So that's step number 1. There you go. So once you're looking at Trico and the boy says you don't like water, you have to go into this room. And again, this is for hint number 20. Ooh. We go into this room. And we have to go grab this box that's on the top that has the 3 barrels in it. But once you knock these barrels down, don't like do anything with them, just leave them on the floor. Because we don't want the game to know that we have figured out that if you throw the barrels in the water, right, Trico will come out. So just leave them down here, go back out, hold L1 to look up at Trico, and then wait for about 3 minutes. And you will get hint number 20, my friend seemed reluctant to swim. I wondered if I might tempt the beast with 1 or 2 of its beloved barrels. Great. Now, the next hint is going to be a little ways away. We got to solve this water puzzle. We got to get out of this cave. Don't forget, if you want to do all barrels, there's an additional barrel over by the waterfall. So for now, let's get out of here. Okay, so to begin, let's grab one of these. I was going to call them buckets. Barrels. They're safe to grab now that you've gotten the hint. Get that in there. Get Trico in the water. If you've played this game at all before, which I assume that you have. This is all what you've seen before. So I am going to be going through this fairly quickly. You don't have to do what I'm doing. Just get to the places that I'm going. Don't worry about the checkpoint resets or anything. I'm a speedrunner. I'm just trying to go fast. So that we don't have to be here any longer than we need to be. For the sake of just watching a video, you know. So our next hint is going to be once we have to break this pillar up ahead. So we have this set of cutscenes to watch. We have a little bit of shimmying to do around the wall. Just get yourself there. Hop down, we'll get that next cutscene. You can grab his tail there if you're fast. It's kind of a cheeky thing to do. Now we're going to be heading down the path to the right, right? To the right of Trico, at least. Normally, if we were trying to do like a lightning emissary or something like that, we were trying to go fast, we would avoid calling Trico or try to keep him as far away from us as possible. Because the longer he takes, the less he ends up getting stuck once we destroy this pillar. Do not destroy this pillar up ahead. At least not right now. Hint number 21, because we've just gotten 20. Hint number 21 says, it seemed that the door on the far side might be broken. So, we can't break it in order for that hint to trigger. We're going to have Trico follow us closely. And then sometimes it is really hard for this hint to trigger. A lot of people have problems with it. I know when I was running Platinum Percent, I think it was 2 years ago, I spent 13 minutes here. It was ridiculous. So, first, we're going to get Trico down on this platform, which is going to take him a second. Hey, buddy. Get down here. As soon as Trico lands, that is all 4 feet on the floor, we're going to reset the checkpoint. I don't know why that helps. I think it kind of just clears Trico's AI and gets him focused on giving you a hint with his body language, which is like step number 1 of what we need to do here. Hi, yeah, a little less shouting, a little more jumping, buddy. Hey, man. Alright, so he's here. We're going to reset the checkpoint. Now, near the chain, behind Trico, is this little pillar here. So we're going to stand here. We're going to face the wall, pan the camera so that it's like this, toward the wooden door you can see behind my head. And then we're going to wait for Trico to bark. He might take some steppies in order to do that. Sometimes it can be really annoying to get him to do that. Because as you can see, he's kind of just getting stuck. And he'll spin around and all that kind of stuff. But no matter what, we want to be keeping Trico and the door in view. Wonderful, wonderful. So that was number 1. Or I'm sorry, 21. And now we've got, again, quite a long ways to go to get hint number 22. That's going to be after Trico eats us in the first cage. So feel free to make some progress. If you're having a hard time getting up onto this pillar, you can do what I did and jump on the orb first. It just seems to help. Instead of just bonking your face against the edge of the pillar over and over. If you're looking for the collar trophy for having Trico stick his head through a bunch of holes, 2 are in this room, don't forget. Come on, man. Turn around. We got places to be. Well, get up here, dude. Why are you shouting at me? The easiest way to get Trico to line up with this wall is just to jam yourself in the corner over here. But like I said, if you need collar, there's 2 of the holes for Trico to stick his head through. Please don't sit down. Thank you. Now we passed a barrel in this previous hallway for anybody who is looking for all the barrels. I might as well just call out, like we're gonna be here for a while, right? I might as well just call out the stuff that's around us. Once we get to the top here, it takes forever for Trico to jump up into this hole, like to find you and everything. So just walk over these short set of stairs and reset the checkpoint. He'll just be up here with you then. Off to the left, we have another hole for Trico to stick his head through. Plus there's a barrel in there, so you can kind of do double duty if you still need those trophies. Once you're through here, go past these couple little lumps. Keep calling Trico. If you use L1, you'll be able to see when he hops up to the top of the wall, like that. Once he touches down, all 4 feet on the floor, you can reset the checkpoint again. That will stop him from just wandering around out here and just wasting time, right? Unless, of course, you would like for him to wander around and be adorable. Hey buddy, don't turn, look at me. Sadly, we don't have commands yet, so we can't just tell him what to do here. So just jam your face into this grate. Wow, he's being like a real goob. Yeah, hi, why are you idling all the way back there, mister? Come here. Just jam your face into this grate, and that will cause him to get as close as possible. Don't sit. Thank you. It can sometimes take a while for him to find this. Oh, he did such a good job this time. If your Trico is having a hard time finding this jump, climb up onto his head. That causes him to raise his head because of the boy's presence, and that can help him realize that there's a jump up here. Another barrel up here in this little hallway that we just passed. Come up here, dude. So yeah, now that we are done with the first 20-ish hints, you'll find that they're a lot more spread out, which also makes them easier to walk past, which is why I'm still commentating instead of just doing this completely silently. That way you don't necessarily have to be looking, or at least fully paying attention, in order to avoid going past one. If you do happen to go past a hint, if you can reset the checkpoint and be before it, then obviously you're going to be fine. Child. Please. So just go ahead and reset the checkpoint and then get any hints that are after that point. But if you realize that you've gone too far, you don't have to get all of the hints in a single playthrough. So just play through again to that point, get that one hint, and then your trophy should pop. There's a barrel at the end of this hallway if you need it. Now our hint is after Trico has already eaten us. So while I'm here, I suppose I will very briefly show you. If you still need the keep on running trophy, which is avoiding Trico in a cage for 3 minutes as he tries to eat you, I can show you what to do. If you don't need that, go stand between these two rocks. That will be the fastest way for Trico to eat you. Or, you know, just stand around and he'll get you. Alright, so we're going to run down this bridge. And you can see this broken railing down here on the far side. Just hang there. I just dropped because, you know, I don't need to stand there for 3 minutes. But just drop through or down from that part of the railing. And Trico won't be able to reach you. So you'll just hang there for 3 minutes. And then once the trophy pops, you pop back up and do this as normal. Be careful if you're doing that on your deathless run. I didn't really get to let you see because I reset the checkpoint so fast. The death plane, where it counts you as dead underneath that bridge, is actually pretty high. So if you accidentally tap X and you didn't mean to, you'll just fall, and then odds are, if you're not really quick, you'll die. So that is a risky thing to do in that sense. But that's where you go. That's where you hang. We don't need anything in any cutscenes in order to get hint trophy. Like, none of those words count, so feel free to skip them. So now, hint number 22. Trico's going to be laying on the floor. I hate this hint. It's the poster child for why these hints are stupid. Because this hint isn't a hint. It doesn't actually help you. Hint number 22. I decided to thoroughly explore the area around the unmoving beast. All you have to do is stand here for 3 minutes. What kind of hint is that? Like, yeah, obviously I'm exploring the area around the beast, and I can't figure out what to do. So, why don't you give me, like, an actual hint? So yeah, just... the glowing mirror will always happen, don't worry about that. Just stand right here by Trico for 3 minutes. Just make sure that you don't climb his tail. It's best if you don't climb on him at all, or really touch him at all. But it's 3 minutes of waiting. So, see you in 3 minutes. Great. Next, is just the phrase attached to seeing these armor. So you can't miss it. Just go into the tunnel and you'll be good to go. If you find that you're having a hard time navigating these tunnels, as in you get stuck, just jiggle the controller a little bit left and right, and it should fix you right up. So right here, this is number 23. Onward. Next hint is going to be after the fight with the armors. It basically happens automatically, but sometimes it might not happen during this fight. It's the hint that says Trico seemed greatly unsettled. You basically just need to stay next to Trico, which is impossible not to do if you're trying to pet him. So it's, again, not one that you should like super worry about. But we'll get there when we get there. If you happen to still need the trophy Get Off My Back for clinging to an armor's back for 30 seconds, you have one chance to do it here, sometimes. If you reset this checkpoint, the armors aren't going to be the same anymore, and you can't really do it. But for now, you can see there's at least one armor back in this room. Just whip around, triangle, circle, there you go, you're on his back. As long as you're aggressive, just keep yoinking and keep him stumbling in directions like that. You should have it in no time. If he keeps stumbling in the same direction multiple times, just ease off the joystick for a second so that he doesn't completely fall to the ground. But you got this. Once you're on him, I believe. Trico doesn't usually come in here to help you, so you can usually just leave this guy going. I'm waiting for Trico to kill that guy out there. He's just really not interested. Okay, well. We have been on that armor's back for long enough that would have gotten the trophy. If I didn't already have it. So, if you need that, good luck. Okay, fight's over. I want to get Trico to come over here instead of going to him, just because it's a little bit faster. Come here, buddy. No? He's staring at a helmet, is what he's doing. Oh, and now he's found another one. Cool. That was why I threw one of those helmets off the cliff. I didn't want him to pay attention to it. So, number 24, Trico seemed greatly unsettled. Just get on him here and hang out for a couple seconds. There you go. It's basically impossible to miss that one, because either you're doing helmet skip, which is a speedrunner thing, and you're still climbing on Trico, or you're petting him, which requires you to climb on Trico. So, either way. Also, don't forget that if you need collar, you can't just do what I did. You need to have Trico stick his head through the hole down below. If you've already gotten that trophy, you don't need to worry about it. You do, if you're having a hard time getting Trico up here, you do need to stand kind of close to the ledge and actually be looking at him. Otherwise, it's harder for him to figure out where to go. He'll always do the same thing here, so he'll start by running away. The only difference is, geez, he ran really far. How he chooses to map this is what I was gonna say, and then he proved my point by going really, really far. Walk around that thing. Sometimes he walks in front of it, depending on how he pathed it out. And then he'll run again. And then he'll spin around, come toward me around this pillar. And then he'll look up at the white tower and scream. So coming up, we have another one of probably the most problematic hints in the game. Lots and lots of people have trouble with this. So, we're not going to do any kind of speedrun skips here. Vine skip would be here, but we're just going to ride down with Trico. Let's go, buddy. So hint number 25. The beast was enchanted by the scent of the pot. The boy will usually say it was trying desperately to squeeze first. So that's, if you get that, that's good. He'll always say a mysterious aroma. So we keep the pot in the left hole. We're gonna run to this back wall. Kick the camera around so that the boy isn't visible anymore. Look up at the smoke that's coming out of this pot. Wait for the boy to say it was trying desperately to squeeze. So let's focus on that to begin with. Usually it takes about 25 seconds. Great. Okay, it was trying desperately to squeeze. Once you get that, look back at Trico. We're going to wait for this hint to finish. Look back at Trico. Look up and see the smoke. And then see if you can kind of adjust it like this so that you can see the smoke and Trico's head. Kind of keep it adjusted like this. And you're going to wait approximately 87.5 seconds. Wonderful. So there you go. That very difficult hint just triggered. As long as you do it that way, you shouldn't have a problem. For the collar trophy, here are 3 more of your holes that you need. Otherwise, move this to the middle and we'll solve this puzzle. Square is the shove button in case it doesn't show that prompt for you. Sometimes it doesn't. So, to get Trico to hop up onto this ledge, because we've got now a little ways until this hint, just run pretty far away from him, make him think that you're leaving. So our next hint is going to be at the blue room. The room where you're kind of standing up on a ledge. Very blue tinged. There's armors inside of it that we're going to have to fight. There's a barrel down on the floor as well. So until you get there, you don't really have to worry about anything. And then once you get there, hopefully you'll just get the hint automatically anyway. But I'll show you what to do regardless. If you find yourself getting stuck in this hallway, being unable to climb Trico because, you know, you can't move the camera or anything in any way that's helpful, try just jumping. Hit triangle a couple times. The boy will kind of automatically map himself toward Trico's back, usually. And that can help you get where you're wanting to go. Once you're down here, Trico's just scripted to do all this. So there's not much that we can do to make him go any faster. We can be over here because he wants to pay attention to us, and that helps him to turn in this direction anyway. But other than that, just gotta kind of wait for him to do his thing. Once he starts getting angry like this, the fastest way to get him unangry is to look up and acknowledge that you see this other Trico up here. The camera usually will kind of just get stuck. Mine didn't. That's also fine. So she's walking away. Once you have looked at that other Trico, Trico will then be kind of on a timer to calm down. You can keep calling him, or you can just... You see he started to calm down there. Or you can just proceed. And eventually he'll meet you over here. There are 2 barrels up here. For those who are looking for the barrels at the same time. Hi, Trico. So once we get around this corner, we're going to drop the eye that's already broken out of this door, and then we'll be heading right to that blue room. There's a speedrun trick in there, if you happen to know it, where you climb up the pillars to get away from the fight before it's over. We can't do that because we need to be able to pet Trico once we're in that room. Okay, so go ahead, wiggle on this ledge and reset. And now that Trico's here, we're going to be looking at this hint in just a second. Trico needs to actually do this fight. But keep in mind that you can calm Trico down just by calling him. So let's stay off of Trico's back. And avoid calling him because we don't want to calm him down without having pet him. Good job, Trico. Way to go. There you go. Okay, so we can hear music's over, fight's over. Hint number 26, desperate to calm the beast. If Trico would let me. This requires you to get up on Trico after this fight and start petting him. Sometimes this hint can be a little finicky. Don't go for the spear, child. So there we go. Desperate to calm the beast. That was hint number 26. If for some reason your hint doesn't trigger there, you can try to reset the checkpoint, and do it again. Or there will be another fight right up here that you can try to do it with as well. I will show you. Because I've certainly had some instances where it didn't trigger there. And it was very stressful to, like, leave the room. So if you didn't get the hint, come through here. And when you hop down here, there are 2 armors. You can wait for Trico to help you fight those, and then do the petting again. And hopefully it will trigger at that point. If you don't need the hint, you can skip these guys. Like, you don't need to wait for Trico. You can just proceed and he will take care of this fight on his own. But really, that desperate to calm the beast thing should basically trigger at any point starting from that blue room whenever you finish a fight and then pet him. You don't have to wait for Trico. If you just shove your face into that wall and then reset the checkpoint, it'll put you right here next to the lever, and Trico will already be trapped. His tail will already be trapped, so you don't need to wait. Next hint number 27, is going to be after this fight. So for now, just focus on finishing up this fight as fast as you can, or as successfully as you can, remembering that Trico should fully finish the fight in this part of the corridor before he goes down the hallway. So the armors are going after you, remember? So if you continue to stand back here, the armors will come back as well towards you, which helps Trico to stay back far enough that he's not thinking about going in that hallway. And that seems like just about everybody. Seems like he did a good job here. And now, once this fight is over, we can get him down into the hallway. If you don't do it that way, if he does those things out of order, you'll find that he just walks like agonizingly slowly up and down the hall. As compared to this, which is his correct scripted thing. Of course, he didn't kill that guy. Good job, Trico. And he stopped me from getting there fast enough. Wow, nice hit, buddy. Okay. Fight's over. Thanks, Streaks. So in this room is where we get commands. It's also where we get hints 27 and 28. Good news for you is that both of them are basically automatic. I believe you can even still get them if you're doing the speedrun stuff and you're doing command skip here. But we won't. We just get Trico in here. Number 27, hint number 27 is the beast had grown accustomed to my company. Hint number 28 is I ran, jumped, capered, and cavorted. Both of those should happen automatically so that the narrator, thank you Trico, is letting you know that you can now command Trico. To facilitate that, we can give Trico these barrels. We just need to spend a little bit of time in this room. Because the point is, right, the narrator eventually tells you that because you can't get out of this room without Trico. So the narrator's like, hey, actually I realized I couldn't get out of here, but Trico could help me, you know. So this is one of the rare instances where there is actually kind of a helpful hint. The narrator might interrupt you while giving these barrels. Otherwise, just kind of hang out around here. You can call Trico, you can start to... There you go. you could start to give commands even though they don't technically work yet. At this point, when the narrator is saying this, they start to work. Hi, Trico. Hey, buddy. We need to wait for a second for these hints. Alright, so once the narrator says this, you have commands. And you can give Trico a command to get out of here. It doesn't necessarily have to be the command to get out of here. If you just give him a command and he follows it, that's sufficient. So, he's up here. Boy is very excited about that. And so here's number 27. Hint number 27 will always trigger if you just hang on for a second after Trico has listened to you after you give him a command. And then it hooks right into hint number 28, which is I ran, jumped, capered, and cavorted. So those two occur together. So in essence, there's basically no way not to get those. You should not have a problem with those two. There's a barrel off to the right if you're looking for all barrels. Otherwise, head on across. Where there is also another barrel. By the way, you can see it up there on that ledge. Great place to work on Trico pooping if you need Call of Nature. But I have a completely separate, I think like 50-minute video on that because that's just a whole thing. So the first room has 2 armors that are turtled into the ground. The second room has 6. In both cases, simply jumping down onto the floor, splattering your face, and resetting the checkpoint is the fastest way to do this. You don't need to climb down. It'll just put you in a perfectly fine position. So I organized those guards so that they were both in the same place, so that Trico could kill them both with one swipe. Hey buddy, you can stop. But just get that fight done however it happens to hash out. Sometimes they don't really cooperate. You could see that Trico actually didn't kill one of them. He just knocked him off the edge, so doesn't always work out the way you want. For the next room, you may not know if you're having a difficult time getting the door open before the armors see you, which can be especially a problem on base PS4, not PS4 Pro, or PS5, you know, just base PS4. The chain can go a little bit slower or it can get snagged inside the wall, which makes you have to do 2 cycles. This is like the most basic speedrunning trick, and I just absolutely flubbed it. Well, you have your good days and your bad days, huh? You will have gotten way ahead of me by this point, if you would have just shimmied like normal. So yeah, don't forget when you come in here, just the same as the previous room, just splat your face on the floor, reset, and you'll be good to go. So yeah, if you're having a hard time, if these guys catch you, or you know you can't open the door fast enough, down here you can see there's a little wooden thingy which is connected all the way to the back of the room via a little platform. Oh, here, I'll show you, actually, because this guy happened to wake up. Hop down here. And now you can see there's this whole platform you can run on. And if you go back up to the chain, they'll still be back here looking for you. So you'll have plenty of time to do that again. To finish pulling the chain. You can see the chain in mine kind of wants to keep popping. Like it kind of wants to get stuck. But it usually only will get stuck sometimes on base PS4. Again, I bundled those guys up, so hopefully Trico took out more than one at once. And he did, but he could have taken out like 4 and then he kind of ruined it. Good job, dude. So for this next bit, it's actually helpful. I don't really recommend that you're doing all these checkpoint resets that I am. Unless I specifically say so, and this is going to be one of the ones that I do say so. Because I find it to be useful. So, Trico is still hanging out over here, boosted up because he just lifted you up to that ledge. As soon as this eye disappears, like so, you can reset the checkpoint. Because that not only gets Trico down, but it gets him focused on you and ready to walk, which is way, way faster than trying to get him down from that on his own. And then once you give him the jump command to go up here, he's going to self-navigate the rest until the end. So you don't have to do anything. And in fact, giving him commands is just going to really confuse him. And we're going to have a lot of hints in this room with like the propped up door and the pot and everything. So we need to be really careful. Hint number 29, I searched carefully, convinced that there was something nearby, is really specific and can be really stressful because it's a 5-minute wait. So you can feel like, oh no, this is just not triggering. What did I do wrong? So this is the last jump that Trico's going to make on his own. For hint number 29, as soon as you get Trico up into this window by giving him another command and then hopping down, you need to hop off of Trico. Normally it would be fine to just kind of ride him into there. I'll show you what I mean. So he goes up here. He's about to hop down. Once he hops down, we got to get off his back. And so normally it would be fine to just stay on him as he pushes through this door. But we need to not climb Trico from this point forward. We go in here with him into this room that has the chain. This is what we're going to be putting the pot on later. We just hang out here for 5 minutes. Don't climb Trico. Ideally, don't go and mess with this chain either. Just just hang out. Trico's probably going to come over here and ask for pets / sneeze and knock you over. But we got 5 minutes for hint number 29. I searched carefully. We've done it. Here we are. Alright, so that was 5 minutes for hint number 29. Bye, Trico. Okay. Hint number 30. It seemed that my companion was very fond indeed of these pots. We have to, of course, Trico just left. We have to get up and go into the next room where we lower the pot from the chain. Hi, could you come down here? You're kind of my ticket into space, dude. Alright, so now it's safe to climb Trico. You're fine. So here's that lever, right? That's gonna lower this pot. We lower the pot, but don't touch it. It's really important that you don't touch it. And that's gonna be true for multiple hints. Boy, this child is being a real drama queen, isn't he? Alright, hint number 30. It seemed that my companion was very fond indeed. Hit the lever, go over here, don't touch the pot. Just hang out, be looking at it. And that's... You want to be, like, close to it, but don't get so close to it that you accidentally touch it. So, like, this is fine. And then just wait. Should be about 3 minutes for hint number 30. Alright, that was hint number 30. Hint number 31. I wonder if I might be able to use the pot with which the beast was so enamored. Same conditions as number 30, just continue to stand here for another 3 minutes. There we go. Okay. So, now that we have gotten hint number 31, hint number 32, the hanging chain appeared to be connected to the door in some way. That means it's now safe to grab this pot, and we need to go back to the room with the chain where we're going to hang this. Don't hang it, though. You can throw it out the window. Normally for speedrunners there would be a checkpoint reset done here. Pot reset, which will teleport the boy and the pot closer to where you want to be. We can't do that. We just need to do it the slow way. So let's open this door. Trico's waiting on the other side. Sometimes you bonk him in the face. Alright, we grab this. Toss it on down. Conk. Thank you, Trico. That went like super far. So wherever the pot lands, you want to kind of stand behind it so that you can sort of see the pot and the chain in the distance at the same time. Camera might change. Trico loves to sniff this pot, so it's really common that he'll keep knocking you over because he keeps sneezing. So just kind of keep on it. Keep the pot near you. You can see the boys looking at it. And although we can't see it, the chain is in the background. So we wait 4 minutes. Ish. For hint number 32, the hanging chain appeared to be connected. So in the case of this pot, it's, thanks Trico, pretty far away from the chain. I'm gonna go ahead and move it to be a little bit closer to the chain, because we want to be able to engage with both of these at the same time. Just toss that there. Let's sit down. We're going to briefly get the previous hint because we're meditating. So that was the hint we just got in the previous room. But now we have the pot and the chain in view. And it's going to be about 4 minutes for hint number 32. The hanging chain appeared to be connected to the door in some way. If you wait all 4 minutes, if you keep like a timer, and you wait for 4 minutes and nothing has happened, go ahead and jump onto the chain. Let me stand up. Like so. And then you can keep the camera like this. As long as the chain and the jug are both in view, you should be good. So, we're coming back here, and this is actually a great opportunity. This hint is not triggering for me, so this is a great opportunity to figure out what to do if this happens to you. In this case, I'm going to reset the checkpoint. We have, as you'll see here, we are past the place where we just got the previous hint, which was in that room all the way up there. That means we haven't lost any progress. The next hint we're looking for is still hint 32. The hanging chain appeared to be connected to the door in some way. And then we just want to redo the setup. The pot is in a different place now, but, you know, same principle. We'll go stand near it. Kneel down like this. And then this is the previous hint because I just sat down. We're going to be near the pot, looking at the chain, keeping the pot in view, and waiting 4 minutes. Alright. And so, as you can see, we just kind of reset it real quick. Got the game unstuck by redoing that checkpoint. And then we got the hint just fine. So that was hint number 32. It actually triggered a little bit faster than 4 minutes. I guess we, you know, had a little bit of time banked from our previous attempt here. Or, you know, we've just been spending a lot of time in this room. For whatever reason, the timing on the hints isn't always necessarily consistent. It was pretty close. It was about 30 seconds off. But hey, we got this hint, no problem. And then the next hint is going to be after we already solve this puzzle. This upcoming puzzle with the double eyes. So, let's get to hanging this pot and making some progress. It can always be really frustrating and really scary to not have a hint be able to trigger. But just remember that if you do end up resetting the checkpoint, which is one of the best ways to get a hint unstuck, if the checkpoint happens to be before an additional hint, you'll need to get that one again as well. For this hint in particular, you might also get a couple like offhand comments from the narrator that don't count. For instance, I'm pretty sure he says something like, my friend definitely seemed super enamored with these pots or something, and that doesn't matter. It's just kind of more commentary from the narrator. I think he says that, and I think he also says, I wondered if there was some way I could use the pots that the beast seemed to love so much. Or something. And both of those are not mandatory. This axle is just losing its mind. The physics can't decide what's happening. I think this is a set of wheels for a minecart. I don't actually know what this is. Don't forget also, if you're still looking for all barrels, that there is a barrel behind me before you hop up to the next area. And if Trico gets stuck with his foot in the air after you give him that barrel, just walk back into this room that Trico's currently in, and that'll help break him out of that. Now, once you get up here, it's fine to go over by the helmets and everything. It's not gonna ruin your hint. Just don't solve the puzzle quite yet. We need to be looking at Trico for a second. For hint number 33, it was a striking design. So let's hop up here. You can see both the eyes. We can look at Trico being upset. And there we go. Hint number 33. It's very quick. You should get it right away. And then the next hint isn't going to be for a while. It's going to be once we get to that pendulum room where we have to, you know, swing across while Trico is upset that there's an eye in there. So, in the meantime, go ahead, solve these puzzles. Trico will catch you a couple times in the next area. And then you'll be at that pendulum puzzle. There's not really a way to get Trico to do this any faster. He's always just kind of sniffing these eyes and moving on at his own pace. So calling him doesn't really help. Sometimes if you're lucky, he'll step close enough to this thing that you can hop up onto the railing when he lifts his head like that, but otherwise just hang out. He'll be done when he's done. Remember when Trico's jumping across here, that when he turns around, it is possible to jump too early, in which case he will miss you. And also, as you saw, you don't need to actually get off this thing when it breaks. As long as you stand on the right-hand side, which you know is safe, then you'll be fine. But as Trico turns around, there's going to be a little hitch in his animation. Right there. And that's when you know that it's safe to jump. Well, at least as safe as it's going to be. He's doing this calculation in real time, which means it's still possible for him to miss you because some math didn't math right. But it's pretty rare if you wait for him to do that. You do not need to continue to push this. Once it's over this little lip here, it'll go on its own. And in fact, it can take a little bit longer if you push it, because then Trico's going to keep following you to the right, and then he's going to need to back up in order to get to this spot, which is where he catches you. Compared to him just like being correct right now. If you need the lifeline trophy for having Trico catch you on his tail, this is not the place to do it. That catch usually doesn't count. However, this one does, if you want to just drop from his butt to grab his tail here. This is not a good place to do it anyway, though, because as you can see, his feet are really curled up toward his stomach because he doesn't have anything to hold on to, which means his tail is like really tucked in, and most of the time you're just gonna fall past it. So if you want lifeline, like technically you can get it here, but you probably shouldn't. There are much better places, and I have a guide for that as well. So, as we head toward this pendulum room, I would recommend that you reset the checkpoint as soon as you get over to the ledge that starts the fight. Because there are two armors. The one in the back starts with a sword, which means he's going to go after the boy. And that makes it really hard. I mean, he has a spear, you can see, but he'll pull out a sword once the boy hops down there. Which makes it really hard to get up on that ledge over there. But now, because Trico has teleported behind me, because I reset the checkpoint, he'll keep his spear and walk over to Trico, which walks him directly out of your way, and you don't need to worry about it anymore. The next hint, hint number 34, I examined the chain with great interest. All you have to do is come stand by the chain. I usually stand behind it because the boy automatically wants to look at Trico, so this way you don't have to, like, work on the camera yourself. Just stand next to the pendulum. Usually takes about 90 seconds. Great. So if you have been standing where I'm standing, hint number 35, fearful of the symbol in the glass, normally has a cooldown, or a timer, I'm sorry, of 2 minutes. But if you've been standing here, you've already been looking at Trico and the eye, which is the criteria for number 35. So you should get it pretty quickly after hint number 34. So we triggered the same hint again. Hint number 34, I examined the chain. The best way to fix this and get hint number 35 to work, that's the fearful of the symbol in the glass, just step out of view of the chain. It depends on where you were standing in order to get hint number 34, whether you're going to have to do that or not. But hint number 35 should take no more than 2 minutes. So if you had that problem with hint number 34 repeating, you'll have about a 2-minute wait here. Just keep the eye and Trico in your camera. So the narrator is super hung up on this hint. I love that this is happening because it's so much better to make a guide when things are going wrong, right? So that you know what to do. So previously, I had been standing behind here, getting both of these hints, and normally that works. But he repeated the chain hint, and so the next step was to move over here so the chain was no longer in view, and look at both the eye and Trico. And then he continued to repeat the chain hint. So next step, we need to use the chain. We need to tell the game, okay, I get it. This is what you're telling me to do. I will use this. And now that we've used it, I'm not actually going to progress. I'm just going to wait for the chain to take me backwards. And now we can hop off. Congratulations, we've used the chain. Thank you, game, I get it. Now we can go up here, don't let the chain be back in focus. And call Trico a couple times. Make it clear that you want him to come in, but you don't understand why he won't. And then we should get that 2-minute timer going for hint number 35. I'm gonna step back a little bit so these guys aren't hitting me. Just so they're not being annoying. Alrighty, here we are at 5 minutes with no hint. So, next step, since this still is not working, we will actually take the chain. I cut right to this moment, so you won't have seen it, but he did not repeat the chain hint again, which means we have made some progress here. Next up, let's stand here, keeping both of the eye and Trico in view. And here's our hint. So, what was most likely happening that was causing this not to work was that we were still standing in the, like, the invisible bounds of the chain hint, but we had finally fulfilled the criteria for it to not give us that hint anymore. But since we were still in the bounds, in quotes, of that previous hint, it wasn't triggering the next one, which is why when we finally came over here and we were outside of the bounds of that hint, it triggered immediately. Like we had already fulfilled the criteria, we just needed to move outside of the aura of that pendulum. So that was hint number 35. Hopefully it didn't take that long for you. If it did, you know, just keep moving around. You'll move away from that pendulum and you should be good. So the next hint is going to be outside, so we can go ahead and actually finish this fight now, finally. Hopefully it was not, 15 minutes like it was for me. And I do believe if you were still struggling with hints 34 and 35, if you had reset the checkpoint, if memory serves, you will have needed to get the pendulum hint again, number 34. At least if I am remembering correctly where the checkpoint is. So again, be careful. If you can't get 35 to work, make sure you get 34 again. If you're doing all barrels, up on top of the pendulum is a barrel. Now, once Trico has finished this fight, and we're going to bring him out here to this giant eye that's hanging over here, do not touch him. Do not climb him. Nothing. Just come stand over here on this big circle thing. And we'll wait for him to come out here. Hint number 36. The beast appeared to want to show me the way ahead, and so I clambered onto its back. That's why we can't climb him here, because if we climb onto his back, we've, demonstrated that we don't need the hint. So we need Trico to chill for a second, which can take a little bit longer for the boy to say you're still frightened. He'll say that almost automatically once you get up onto his back, but takes just a second longer when you're on the ground. So once Trico's calm and he's looking at us like this, we're going to triangle command straight past him toward where those two barrels are up on that ledge. And we need to get him to stand up there. And so he'll go up. And then we're going to hit R1X to get him down. And then R1 triangle will give him that jump command. Try to get him up there again. And get him down. Sorry, Trico. And get him up. Great. So usually it takes 3 times of getting him up onto that platform to trigger hint number 36. And again, remember, you can't climb on him prior to doing that. Once you have done that, we have a big long section. Like a very long section where we don't have any hints. The next hint is actually going to be way in the future after you crash down through the ceiling. Don't forget these 2 barrels if you want all the barrels. So we're going to go through all this. We're going to go through drawbridge, through all of that stuff that's hanging up in the air where you have to shimmy across a bunch of those ropes. We need to get past the point where we meet the other Trico again and she knocks us down back into the room that we were in before. So that's going to be a decent way if you want to just use the timestamps in the description to skip ahead to that point. Otherwise, feel free to hang out with me while we just enjoy this lovely game. Trico's behind me, just losing his mind at this eye. If you want to give him those barrels behind me, make sure that you do it before you get to this point. Otherwise, he won't eat them anymore. You need to be there with him in order to convince him to eat them. Thankfully, he's usually pretty good about catching them off the ledge. The wind is moving this eye in such a disadvantageous manner. But of course the intended solution is to go around the back and then pop around to the front again. Doesn't take too long to do it that way. So you see, Trico's still really upset. That's why he wouldn't eat barrels at this point. He can no longer, like, control his emotions now that you're over there also. Oh, that one was really satisfying. I love to watch those things break. Jump command or forward command both tend to work here. Just go by what your Trico seems to be vibing with that day. That's kind of this whole game, is just listen to your Trico. He'll be weird. Just deal with it, you know? If you're having trouble getting onto Trico here, because I know when I started speedrunning this game, it was super common for me to die here, because I would either fail to get on Trico entirely, or he would knock me off during the cutscene. So just come back to here, call Trico, and then don't just rush up to him right away. Give him a second to actually, like, break all of this and find his feet again. And that will help you get to, I was going to say a better place, but of course he made this just about as bad as possible. But still, you don't want to be, like, competing with him on those breaking pieces. Just let him break them, and then you can go to him and grab on, and it's a lot easier to do it that way. If you want to farm Lifeline, you can see his tail is coming up to meet me here. This is a pretty good place to do it. Just jump diagonal ways like that. Keep grabbing his tail. You want to go a little bit faster, you can tap down right here before you step into that grass and shimmy. Obviously it doesn't seem as fast as just walking across the top, but you're actually skipping a cutscene trigger, which means you're not going to spend the time watching it because the game doesn't trigger it. Boy, this guy's really going for it this time, jeez. Once you head out into this hallway, try not to bonk into these guys. If you do, it'll break their attention on Trico and get their attention onto you instead, which means that when you come back out of hitting this lever, there will be, like, more guys waiting for you than normal. You can dodge in front of that guy, you can run or jump behind him. Whatever works. If he happens to catch you, just make sure that when you break free, he's not holding you over the spiral in the center, or you're just gonna fall to your death. Howdy, Trico. How you doing, my dude? That's also a pretty good place to farm lifeline, if you would like it. Trico has a lot more to hold on to with his feet, which means his butt isn't curled up so much. So if you fall to his tail, he's much more likely to actually catch you. For this barrel, you're intended, obviously, to throw it from platform to platform and kind of rush over before it falls down. You don't have to do it that way. If you're good at that way, then by all means feel free to do that. I'm not. So the speedrun way to do this, you just kind of walk up over here, skim the edge, and just wiggle your foot, and there you go. You step right out. This bit, the beast seems suddenly ill at ease, is not... I mean, yes, it's a hint, but it always happens, so you don't need to worry about it. Trico usually eats that barrel better if you set it down flat instead of if you throw it to him. Once he's in here, don't forget that when you go to the dark room over here, there are a couple holes in the floor, or like breaks in the floor. Don't fall. And then the easiest way to get him up this jump, because for some reason he like really has a hard time with this. It's a small room, so he kind of struggles. Stand back in this far right corner, and then as soon as Trico starts to come around, you can run towards him. Once you're sure he's looking at you, spin around to where he's supposed to go and just hit triangle jump. Don't hit a direction, just triangle jump. Command. And hopefully he will just parse what you're saying. If he's phasing into the wall on the right, like he was just there, you know he's got it right. And just remember, if you're having a hard time getting him to do what you want, if he just really seems to be struggling with that jump, then R1X is the command to tell him, like, bro, just stop. Stop for a second. We'll start over, you know. It clears his memory of what you've asked him to do so you can start fresh. So we're doing this whole section. You don't need to worry about hints here. Just make it through. There are also no barrels here, so really it is just doing this section. The intended way to do this puzzle is to climb down Trico's tail, and that will give you access to this rope. You don't have to do it this way if you don't want to. Because if you fail, you usually go back to that drawbridge over there, which is kind of annoying, so... Trico will keep cycling over on these pillars. They'll just keep going back and forth because he's torn between... He wants to come and help you, but then he's afraid of the eye, so he wants to go backwards. Which kind of changes where he'll be when you get up to the top a little bit later. And that changes the best way to get down. So this trick up top, you could try it if you want because there's really no negative consequence of failing it. If you've seen throughout this run so far, some of the tricks I've been using are just tapping the boy down using X in order to keep him running when otherwise he might just be walking. We can do that on a rope. Just line yourself up like this, tap down, you'll see that you're running. As long as you stay in the center of the rope, you will continue to run, and as long as you don't let him run for too long, you don't let his animation stop. Otherwise, he'll stick his arms out to the side and he'll just do this normal, very slow walk that you're familiar with. If you let him go for too long, or, you know, you accidentally fall off the side, no big deal. You're just going to take a little bit longer. So it's kind of fun to try to do it. If your Trico happens to be here, like this, you can just jump down directly onto him. If not, you'll see... Let me get Trico going. You'll see that this thing up here is now... Okay, you kind of can't see. Where you dropped the eye will be at an angle that you would have slid down. And you can just kind of climb down from there. Use the chains, and then jump onto Trico's back. Trico's going to take the jump that we just did, the jump from the bottom, and then one more before you get off. So in preparation for this second jump, it can be helpful to be back here on his head, because then when he jumps up, you can just jump off instead of waiting for him to figure out how to climb up here. So see, we can just like leave him behind. Not much we can do to make this bit faster with dropping the eye and everything. It's all just kind of on its own timers. I like to use L1 to look at Trico, because that tells me exactly when he's ready for me. without having to just like finagle the camera. Give him a second. Once he's down there, he doesn't have the as noticeable animation hitch as he did the first time to let you know that he's ready. And be pushing forward the entire time. Just make it as easy as possible for him to catch you. Continue pushing forward, don't stop. Because his tail's coming next. You can just continue from there if you want. Or you can reset the checkpoint. That's going to spin Trico around. Jump command to get him going here. And then he will take care of the rest of this on his own. Just try not to be on one of his sides. Stay in the middle of his back so he doesn't actually accidentally shear you off on the side of the building. Once he heads up here, he's going to trigger this cutscene, and then we're going to need to start thinking about the next hint. We're going to be approaching it. Still not really there yet, but... Alright, so once we're here, we need to make sure that we look at Trico. That's the catalyst for getting him to stand up. And calling him, of course. So our next hint, hint number 37. is having found myself at what seemed to be a dead end, I searched for a way onward. That's going to be at the top of this room after we get out with Trico. So make sure not to go too far, because it's been a hot minute since you've had your last hint. And it's easy to just keep going and forget. But first we need to focus on Trico getting us out of this tree. Which means to start, just call him until he hops over to the right. Alright, so there he goes. Second stage, he'll go back, turn around again, and then we can start giving him the jump command instead, which will get him up above us. And there he goes. Once you're on him like this, there are two ways to do this. One of them is called vine skip, which speedrunners will do, and I hate it. It's very easy to die. I'm going to do a modified version of vine skip that you can do also, or you can just ride Trico down to the floor. That's also fine. It's going to take you an extra like 3 seconds, so. You'll do 2 jumps. Here's the first one. I'm going to hop down to these vines over here. And now we're just on the floor. Otherwise, you can just ride Trico down. He's literally already down behind me. So, I recognize this place is not a hint that you need to worry about. You'll always get it. And then, just like the other barrel that Trico needed in order to progress, you can skip this one also. Just walk up this pillar. And then hook your foot into here. I mean, it usually takes a few tries. There you go. Or you can do the puzzle as intended and roll it down all the platforms. Whatever you feel works best for you. So we opened this door earlier in the game when we were trying to get the hint for the pot hanging from the chain. Of course, this door is just stuck. It refuses to open. Come on, barrel. You kidding me here? Get down. That may be close enough Trico can reach it. Good job, buddy. So now, we're going to want to start thinking about this hint. Trico's going to navigate himself up here, so you don't need to worry about giving him commands or anything. Number 37, having found myself at what seemed to be a dead end. So when Trico gets up to the roof up here, we need to hop off of him. Normally we wouldn't need to do that, but we want to not be on his back. So let's let him get out of here. A little bit further. All right, here we go. So we're outside. You could technically jump off and get on those vines over there. Probably not worth it. Easy to die. So just wait for Trico to get all the way up to the top, like this. And then go ahead and hop off over here. So we're going to keep Trico in view, which you can do using L1, or you can just kind of stand here. If you go back toward these vines, Trico's not going to get super close. See, kind of stops himself. because we don't want him to push you off the roof. If he's still giving you problems, you can go over onto the vines. But in general, about 2 minutes it's going to take for hint number 37, having found myself. And just make sure that you don't get on Trico or really interact with him much, and you shouldn't have a problem. Easy, easy. Our next hint is not going to occur until we get to the part where Trico is hoisting you out of the water with his tail. It's a little bit closer than you might think it is, but it's still, you know, 5+ minutes away, so hang on until then. I'm gonna be more than 5 minutes away if Trico just keeps ignoring me. I mean, it's pretty common to have to give him 2 jump commands here, but he was really being a goober. So I believe the intended solution to this puzzle is Trico's going to hang his tail down here when he jumps up, and then you get over into this little alcove over here. So you can do that if you would like. Or if you want to try this. Trico's looking at those 2 armors that have the shields. Keep yourself in that little corner, and you shouldn't have any problem grabbing that. You can go a lot further, but that's the safe way to do it. In this fight is the only exception. It's okay if the armors pick up their shield again. It's not going to stop Trico from coming over, as long as each armor has dropped the shield at least once. So focus on knocking both of them down as fast as you can, rather than like stopping this one from picking up his shield again. Once both of them are down, Trico's going to come over. I knocked that one out of the window, but you can see like they're picking them up again, and it doesn't matter. Trico's still gonna come. Trico has a hard time killing these armors in the window because they'll get stuck to each side. So I usually come down here so that if there are any remaining, they're gonna come chase me, and they'll make it easier for Trico to hit them. You done, buddy? Good job. There's a barrel in here if you need it. Grab one of the armor heads, bring it over here. And there is a barrel after this 3rd armor over here, also if you need it. If you need Call of Nature, this is another good place to get it. Otherwise, we can just go ahead and proceed. Trico will do this on his own. You don't have to worry about it. Now the important thing, we're coming up now on hint number 38. it is super, super important that you do not follow Trico down when he jumps down to sniff this big jug. I know there are spikes on the bottom, but as soon as Trico goes through there, you can drop it. So, hint number 38, do not follow Trico down here. Hint number 38 says the entire area was alive with the strange aroma. So, give Trico a call once he's down there. And keep an eye on him. Okay. So that's hint number 38. Hint number 39, there was nothing else for it. I would have to try and jump onto Trico's back. So from up here, we need to continue looking down. Specifically, we need to be looking at Trico's head for 3 minutes. So just hang out. Great. So that was hint number 39. Hint number 40. I fell through the air, convinced for that brief moment that this was the end of me. This one always stresses me out a little bit because you just have to jump down to Trico, but it feels like, oh no, if I don't get this, you know, then I'm doomed. But it should trigger shortly after you land on Trico's back down there. Because obviously if he says, you know, the beastback came up to greet me, it's because you've already jumped down to him, you know? So the next hint, number 41, happens once we're down in the water. And those ones can be a little bit of a doozy. They have a tendency to kind of not work correctly. So we're going to knock this thing down into the ground, and that's obviously going to knock us down with it. Super, super important. Hint number 41, I would not be able to leave this place unaided. It is really important that you don't call Trico. I know that it's habit. You play Last Guardian, I'm sure that you're used to just spam calling Trico because that's how you get him to follow you. But just take your whole hand off of the controller, like your right hand. Don't want to be calling Trico. So we're going to go over here to where this box is. And we're going to look back at where Trico is. He's not quite in that hole just yet. But he will be because he's, you know, walking around. It's alright if you move the box and stuff. I'm just going to kind of stand here. But we need to wait 3 minutes. We cannot call Trico. And if he happens to break the floor and get his tail down without us doing anything, we can't touch his tail either. So we'll wait 3 minutes for number 41. I would not be able to leave this place unaided. Great, so that triggered just fine, thankfully. That's one of the tough ones. And then, same as number 41, for number 42, I clung on tightly and together we made our escape. We're going to stand here for approximately 3 minutes. Beautiful. No problem triggering these. They can be very temperamental. So just literally going over there, standing there, not really interacting with anything in the room, and above all, not calling Trico, are among the best things you can do to get those to trigger consistently. One of the biggest problems is that if you get out of this puzzle, like you get on Trico's tail, and then he accidentally skims you off, and you fall back down into the water, sadly, that is just a complete, like, you have to restart this whole section. Which will just be a reset checkpoint, like that's fine. But you'll have to get those 2 hints again, because once you're on Trico's tail and he is getting you out, there is no getting him to put his tail back in here again. So you just won't be able to get out, and you'll have to get these hints again. But like I said, you just come back here, Trico will eventually watch you through the ceiling, and you should be able to get both those hints over the span of about 6 minutes. We're waiting for his tail to come down into this hole. Once it starts to fall down there, go and return to it, but look down at the water. That will help his tail to not get snagged on stuff up there. You can see it's down now. Now, in every video where we're in this place, I always do this. Right here, I always do this explanation because I don't want you to get stuck having to do these hints again. On the right-hand side, because of the scaffolding that's on our right above the right-hand side here, is a bar that can pull us off Trico's tail, but there's another one also on the left. When Trico pulls his tail up, he's going to rotate it to the left a little bit. So I'm a little bit off to the right, you can see, so that when he pulls up, whoop, see, he sends me to the left a little bit, and that makes sure that I actually just get out of here. Next hints. Whoop. Almost fell into the hole. If you fall into the hole at that point, it's fine because there's a checkpoint up here. So you could just reset and you'll be up here, having banked all of your progress. But hint number 43, very, very simple. In fact, you're basically guaranteed to get it. It's going to be, once we get out of this room and we start going toward the Colosseum, we're going to be in that bridge thing that starts to collapse, and the hint is going to be in there. Placing this barrel on top of this box is square. Took me forever to figure that out. The first time I played, I just kept trying to throw it until it was on top of there. And it took like half an hour, so just use square. There was nothing else for it. Here is kind of mandatory, but always happens, so don't worry about it. If you need collar, the trophy for getting Trico to stick his head through holes, there are 6 here. Don't forget about them. It's easy to not notice them because there's just like so much going on over here. So once you head out here, right, you're gonna go down this big long thing over here, and then you're gonna start running backwards. Once everything starts to collapse, that's gonna be your next hint. Hint number 43, I knew what I had to do. I left the beast behind and ran. You should not have any problem with this. I don't think I have literally ever played this game where it didn't say that, so... So just turn around. The boy will wobble on these little holes, so you don't need to worry about like, oops, I accidentally fell into him, you know. Once you get down here, you can start to do this if you want to. You don't have to. And then hint number 43, I knew what I had to do. was getting a little low there, Trico. Really going for the added drama, huh? Oh, thanks. Right on my face. Next hint coming up fairly soon. It's gonna be at the cog at this Coliseum. The one where he is like spinning it to open the doors. If you're a speedrunner, don't do colo skip. That's gonna mess with things. We don't want to glitch this room if we have hints in it, so don't do that. If you've never speedrun this game, don't worry about it. So once we get down here, we should stop calling Trico. Like, let's just wait for him to get a little bit closer. Bonks his head a little bit. Hey, buddy. So we've got these armors. Again, try not to call Trico. You don't usually have time to actually pick up this shield and throw it. So yeah, I was just kind of waiting for Trico to help me out there with enough time to pick this up. Sure, buddy, you can grab me. That's fine. Helps Trico to focus, so I guess I won't be pulling his head off. So as you wrap up this fight for hint number 43, like I said, don't call Trico. Speedrunners, I know that you're going to want to calm Trico down without petting him, but we need to pet him to calm him down. So hint number 44, the cogwheel. Did I say 43? I'm sorry. This is hint number 44. The cogwheel on the wall seemed to be connected somehow to the gate. So we need to not call him, we need to not give him commands. We're just going to keep an eye on this cogwheel. Hi, buddy. Not right now, okay? He'll self-navigate to this, so you don't really have to worry. Cool. So now that we have this hint, we can actually tell Trico to interact with that cogwheel. And we're good until we get to the water puzzles, so don't forget there is a barrel kind of right up by my head over by those walls if you are doing all barrels. There's also, of course, barrel number 36, the one where you have to shoot a helmet up through this grate. I'm not going to explain how to do that in this video. However, I do have a completely separate playlist as well as a completely separate guide for all barrels and barrel number 36 specifically. I think just my explanation for that barrel is like 8 minutes long. So if you need help, I got you covered. Otherwise, Trico, excuse me. We're just going to get ourselves up here. Don't forget also, if you need the broad-backed trophy, this is the place to get it. You just, you're going to want the catapult to be oriented kind of parallel inside this row of lights. And then just do your best to land on Trico's back. That'll get you that trophy. You don't technically need to stand here until you can see Trico, but there's really nothing else to do anyway, so might as well. The lever you're looking for is on the right when you come back in here. Technically, you can reset that checkpoint there, which we would normally do in a speedrun. I'm not gonna, because I don't want to lose the cogwheel hint, even though it should be fine. And the only reason to do it would be if you had done Coliseum skip anyway. Which we didn't. So next hint number 45. We're heading up into these water puzzles. The first water puzzle, Trico is going to be nervous to get down into the water, right? Just like he was at the beginning of the game. And we need to stay on his back. It's a long wait. One of the longest ones. There are only a couple in the game that are 5 minutes. Alright, so once we're up there, it's easiest to get off of Trico instead of trying to, like, command him to go down this hallway. There's a barrel back here, if you would like to give it to him. Hey, buddy. Come here. By this pile of rubble is where we're looking to go up. Usually 2 jump commands, spaced slightly apart, is the best way to get him up here. Now, hint number 45. The beast appeared not to want to enter the water. Do not jump off of Trico. Stay here. Because there's a checkpoint down in the water, so if you mess it up, you can't reset the checkpoint to try again. We're gonna get on Trico's head here. And wait 5 minutes. Thankfully this one's easy. You can just kind of hang out, because Trico's not really gonna freak out or anything, so 5 minutes from now, you will have this hint. Okie dokie, once you have that hint, you're free to jump down into the water. You're not going to ruin anything. Next hint is after Trico abandons us and we're on our own for a little bit. So feel free to just solve these water puzzles without worrying about anything. If you're having a hard time getting Trico to find where he's supposed to go here, just point directly toward the lever. Don't worry about pointing down, and he'll still just understand. That's true for this room and the next room as well. In this room, the second water puzzle, couple things that may be useful if this is not your final trophy. First of all, there's a barrel over there to the left, so don't leave that behind. Second of all, Trico's going to be getting up onto this island behind you. So as you get over to this door, before you dive under the water, just whip around real quick and look at what he's doing. This is a really common, well, I don't want to say common because it's never common, but of the places he can poop, this is among the more common of them. So it's always worth it to see if he's pooping on that little island. I mean, odds are he's not because the poop trophy is like the worst, but Once again, point toward the lever, off we go.
Atamise tarana, ototuri kuno, irakazi, arasai, iniazi, awi.
So once we wake up, our next hint is going to be at the bottom of the stairs, heading up toward the other Trico. It's very easy to get, it just takes some time, so you don't really have to worry about, you know, don't call Trico, don't whatever. There is a faster way to go across the railing up here. If you remember, we did that run across the rope earlier after the dark room, after drawbridge. We can do something similar on this railing. The setup is very specific, and I'm not going to do it because it's super easy to die. But it's kind of funny. So hint number 46. Higher and higher I climbed in hopes of finding my companion. We got these stairs over there. Sorry, child. That lead up toward the other Trico with her tail hanging down. We're already on a timer as we come over here, so that's nice. We don't quite have to wait the full 4 minutes once we get over here. So we're going to go stand basically right here, just at the bottom of these stairs for hint number 46. And we're going to wait approximately 4 minutes. We'll see how long it takes. And then the hint after that is in the fight with the other Trico. So we've got a little bit of time. Good, good. You can see we were about 20 seconds early because, like I said, that timer started a little bit sooner than where we stopped. So hint number 47, the next one, is when we are fighting the other Trico. It is possible to skip the beginning of that fight where you have to climb up onto the tree, but we're not going to do that because we need to solve the fight as intended in order to get this hint to work. Or at least to work consistently, and that's the most important thing we're worried about. So once we're up here, you don't actually have to use the other Trico's tail to get over here if you don't want to. So hint number 47 requires us to go up this tree. Normally we would be able to go a different way for the sake of speed, but we're going up this tree, we're going across the rope, and then we're going into the hallway where this Trico will paw at you. It's faster to shimmy like this because whenever the other Trico hits the tree, you see it doesn't stop you when you're like this, but if you're standing on top of the rope, it'll cause you to like wiggle for a second. Okay, so these are the hallways where she'll claw at you. We want to go into this hallway and stand way at the back here. So this is hint number 47. Desperately I searched for a means of escape. This should be about 2.5 minutes of just letting her paw at you like this. Wow, that triggered very quickly, actually. So that was easy. So we're going to lure her back over here now. Because as long as she's committed to sticking her head in there, you have a second to get over here. You need to actually get her committed to the animation on the other side, though, in order to have enough time. It doesn't really do you any favors to jump across here really quick and try to beat her, because she's still gonna have to stick her head through this hole anyway. And now that we're done with this fight, the next hint is going to be once we're already in the cage and Trico is with us. So for now we can just focus on ending this section. Child, what are you doing? Could you stop? You small, troublesome child. Doesn't really matter what you do here. It doesn't matter where you end up, because she's always just going to get called by this sound, and then you're just going to wait. Technically, the next thing is a hint also, where the narrator says, it felt like I waited a million years. But that happens every time. It's mandatory in order for you to progress, so we don't need to worry about it. Just keep spinning the cage, running around, whatever, calling Trico. Keep yourself active, it'll happen. It's so noisy. Boy, I am in this cage and I am about to make it everybody else's problem. sure they can hear me for miles. There you go. Just about a minute later, we will be done with that.
アティソガジ、オナキッチ、ヨーク、イディロッティ、アウィズィ。
So it doesn't matter where you put the cage here either. Because we're just going to reset the checkpoint. But you want it... I'm a little bit far right. If that gives you kind of perspective on where you want it. Just like a smidge far to the right. We want the middle band of the cage to be basically where the boy is for the best results. But get yourself up here. However works for you. Doesn't super matter. But that's in a moment. We have hint number 48 before that, so... Go get Trico in here. Which you have to do by calling him. If you're having a hard time getting him to show up, you need to call him. Hey, buddy. So he's gonna turn. He's gonna bark, bark. Bark, bark. Alright. And then once he does that, we can reset the checkpoint. That's gonna put him past all of the, like, wandering around and stuff that he does. So we don't need to worry about it. And then we'll take this cage over, right past him, into this little hole that I talked about. Now, Trico's gonna ask for pets, and we have hint number 48. By having the beast push the cage, I was able to overcome obstacles. So we move the cage next to this ledge. Trico is still asking for pets. We point the camera at the path that shows the way out, and then we wait usually about 60 seconds. Don't tell Trico to push you, don't call him, just wait. So I'm actually going to stop Trico from doing this because he did a really good job. He started pushing me before I got the hint. So we're going to reset from the checkpoint and do that again. I may put myself in a little less favorable position this time. One that's a little bit harder for him to deal with, to try to prevent that from happening again. He's still gonna do it. He's still gonna try to do it. What a dude. But see, I kind of jammed myself in the corner, so he's having a little bit of a hard time. Just trying to buy myself some time here. So I am going to leave the cage here. Hint number 48. By having the beast push the cage, I was able to overcome obstacles. You may notice that if you put the cage over by the ledge where it's supposed to be, if Trico is being like really good, he will just come over and just do it. He'll just push you up. So I'm going to be looking at the correct way out. Don't call Trico. Just leave him alone. You can see he's like trying to push me now, but he's not really going to push me anywhere because I'm not in the right spot. Okay, once it's been about a minute, Trico is 2000% in the way. Excuse me, dude. You can start kind of heading over to the ledge that is the actual solution and position yourself up against it. This is not a good spot to be, but... So we exhausted the timer over there so that Trico didn't accidentally push us up too soon. And now, when it's fine for him to push us, we just go over here and let him, or we can just give him the command. Either way. Like I said, this is a horrible place for him to push me. He's probably not going to succeed, but... So in general, if you're standing... Hey, buddy, you did kind of something. If you're standing over on the side there, waiting for Trico to... Or, I'm sorry, waiting for the hint timer to pass, you're going to want to wait for about a minute. Cage puzzle is mentally intensive. So, let me just summarize that again. Hint number 48, by having the beast push the cage, I was able to overcome obstacles. The problem that you usually have is if you roll the cage to that ledge right away, the ledge that is progress, Trico will just push you before the hint triggers, which is bad. So, when you reload the checkpoint, you just stay where you are for at least a minute, ideally closer to like a minute and a half. Once that time is up, then you roll over to the ledge where the hint is supposed to trigger, and you look forward toward the solution, which is like the place that you would fall through the floor. And then you don't call Trico, you don't do anything, and the hint should pop. Next hint is actually going to be right here. You can see that there's this helmet inside the cage, which obviously we use to give Trico this barrel that he needs to progress. Trico is going to mess this up so badly. Come on. And this is taking all of my brain power, sorry. Don't touch the helmet is my point. Yeah, okay, so let me go ahead and set this up. Great. So, hint number 49, I'm sorry. Hint number 49. The helmet, perhaps attaching it to a suit of armor, would reveal a way onward. Don't grab the helmet as soon as this cage opens. Trico is just ruining this whole thing. Classic. Get your face out of the way, dude. Alright. Don't touch the helmet. Don't grab it. There it is in the cage. Just leave. And we're going to wait about 60 seconds. It can be helpful, I have found, because for some reason this one in particular has given me problems in the past. It can be helpful to ignore the helmet and just go down here to let the game know that you see this suit of armor. Because the suit of armor is the solution, right? It just needs a head. So yeah, just like let it know that you see the suit of armor. Oh, the camera is just very confused. So now we get this hint, which is always normal. There was nothing else for it. I would have to go in search of more barrels. That happens just whenever Trico sits down. So you're not going to miss that, and it's not really important. Here's the helmet. In there. Don't touch it. Keep running around, up and down. Great. So yeah, if you're having a hard time triggering that one, just keep moving up and down the elevator. Look at the helmet, but don't pick it up. Like, just navigate the area, and eventually the narrator will get over himself and give you this hint. If you do accidentally touch the helmet, or if it's just really, really not working, you can reset the checkpoint, because the checkpoint occurs as soon as the doors on this elevator open when you land inside there. So you won't have to get like the cage hint again. It'll just be this. Next hint is in the mine after Trico eats us again, so we've got a little ways to go. If you need that hits the spot, the trophy for hitting armors with barrels, this is the best place in the game to do that. There's the barrel behind this guy. You just grab it. See this pile of rocks out here behind this guy? Walk left of it and just keep pushing forward. You'll step up. That's another barrel skip. And then you can walk down here, down this little broken piece. You'll see this guy's coming around. You just throw the barrel at him, and then you lure him like back over to the side. You go get the barrel, you throw it at him. You get the point. You do that 20 times, you got your trophy. As before, Trico eats this better if you... Hi! He was very excited. If you set it down instead of throwing it. Or, as you can see, holding it in your hands. I'm going to stack commands to get him onto this pillar. Take him across, and then get him onto that pillar in whatever way makes sense to your Trico. He's kind of flexible in how he does this. Trico sometimes does this on his own. He's kind of gearing up to do it here. Yeah, I didn't give him a command. You might have to. Depends on how he feels that day and whether the moon is in alignment, so. This one, he usually requires a command. The point command is usually pretty good. Okay, he's barking, which means he didn't understand, so let's use jump. Then the way you want to go is to the left of Trico's head, which he absolutely didn't understand. There we go. Trico, man, you got super confused real quick, dude. Come on. He doesn't usually stop there. If you're looking for barrels, there's one up here to the right on a small cliff, and then up some stairs. If you're having a hard time getting Trico to like make progress in this section, stand by these vines and then point toward that little pillar, just like straight point. That tends to get him kind of sorted out. He'll do the rest of the jumps by himself, so you don't need to worry about it. Once we're here, yeah, technically you can jump off of Trico's head to get over here, but we'll probably die. Not really worth it. So we're about to have this 4-ish minute scene, unskippable scene. As I said, it's unskippable, so there's nothing you can really do to make it go faster. It's a good opportunity to get up and stretch. Especially if you've been, like me, doing this all at once. I could certainly use a stretch. And some water. And then after that, the next hint will be in that mine that is right after that cage, so that will also be quite the wait. But you can't really idle on that one for too much. It's like a multi-step process. Hey Trix, how you doing, buddy? Trico takes a long time to walk through this hallway, so when you get to the cage, we'll use a checkpoint reset. Just wobble on the edge like this, and then you're good to go. Reset. It's alright if you get caught by these guys, so long as they don't drag you through the door. Because Trico will automatically destroy them when he comes down here. When he does come down, you want to be right in front of this cage, front and center. That'll make it easiest for him to eat you. Don't need to watch this, not mandatory. Alright, here's our long cutscene. Get a snack, get some water. I'm gonna get up and stretch. And then we are gonna be on hint number 50 out of 62. We're kind of a little bit almost there.
IU Labo OT Ukaya Anetu Tara Ate de Keda Rosi Adatu Onozi Awo Kuku O Mara Genara Wo So Inaku Bastizi Awizi.
Yay! We're here. We've done it. Alright, we're back in control. Camera is going to automatically turn toward Trico for all this. He's going to do his little happy dance. It's very cute. But as before, we can wobble on this edge and then restart from the checkpoint. Now, hint number 50. Though the way was narrow, Trico seemed able to squeeze through. Once you get Trico going over here, no more calling him. Don't get his attention in any way. Because this hint is kind of a sequential thing. So we open this door to the mine. And then once this door is open, for 120 seconds, so 2 minutes, we're just gonna wander around, but we're not gonna go into there. Just gonna kind of be here. Alright to just, you don't have to like physically wander the entire time, but Trico's gonna be exploring, so you might need to move occasionally. And again, don't call him. He just needs to be in this mine for a little bit. He'll look at that, but he won't stick his head through if you're not in there. Alright, once you've waited about 2 minutes, you can head on inside this mine shaft. Again, don't call Trico. Leave him alone. Go all the way to the end. Spin around. You'll be able to see him. You'll be able to see the mine door. And he won't stick his head through if you don't call him. Which is why we're not calling him. Usually takes about a minute at this point. Alright, so you see that, for me, if you see the timer on the right-hand side, that took considerably longer than the 60 seconds. So don't give up if it doesn't seem to be working. Once you've given it a couple minutes in this part of the mine shaft, start, moving around. That can maybe kick it a little bit. So now it's safe to call Trico. This one's always a little bit scary because this is certainly far from the first time that I've had it take extra long. So just be patient, move around. Just don't leave this corridor once you've waited the 2 minutes outside. You can reset there in order to teleport Trico. His head is still stuck in the previous room. So if you reset, his head is unstuck and he's ready to come follow you. The next hint is going to be after White Tower, so we've got some time. Once we're through here, I know that people often have a hard time figuring out, what the heck is going on when you're climbing Trico because the camera just, will not cooperate. So the best thing to do, instead of trying to figure out where you actually are, once you're in the sun like this, just hit triangle to jump, hit triangle to jump, triangle to jump, and then you should be, actually out, and you can see what's going on again. It doesn't do any good to call Trico here, because he won't wake up right now. Gotta go wake up these armors first, which is right about here. I tripped on that spear. Come on. Never seen that happen before. This white division on the floor, right here, is where you can call Trico, once these armors are awake. And he'll wake up after that. Trico's usually not very good at this fight, so if you're having a hard time with him actually killing things, not your fault. I keep that guy on the edge there so that when Trico hits him, he actually gets knocked off the platform instead of into these walls. Man, Trico, you're actually doing pretty good, dude. Way to go. It was actually extremely fast. Yeah, we don't have another hint until we fight the other Trico, so we got a ways. Gotta deal with White Tower first. Trico will do all these jumps by himself, so you don't need to worry about it. Just let him go. Why am I on his stomach? Sure. I suppose. Ouch. Hey buddy, can you move? Thanks. If you try to move during that cutscene, the controls are inverted. If you're wondering why nothing is happening. Alright, so go ahead and go around the outside of the White Tower. I'll meet you here. And we will break this bridge. Child. Child, you have hands. Use them. If you're still missing the lifeline trophy, this is my favorite place to get it once he falls down here. So you just cling onto his back here, keep dropping down, and you only need to catch his tail 10 times. But his butt is in like a really nice alignment there, it's like straight underneath you, so it's pretty hard to miss his tail in this specific spot. The gargoyles on the side of this building will break. That's how you're intended to get down from here. Try not to jump too close to the wall, or you'll kind of ping pong off of it, and that will mess up Trico's tracking. He won't be able to catch you.
Agiane hediroi yo. Agatu ian. Ihedu nezuna. Ara kulo kutio. Otiana risoma curale letu. Arake.
If you're looking for barrels, there's one up the stairs. We are not going to stop for that one, obviously, but don't forget it. Ah, I just wanted to try because it was funny. That trick is called the thing, and it works about 50% of the time. 50% of the time, it works 100% of the time. So we're approaching the fight with the other Trico, which is where hint number 51 is going to be. It's important to note, and I'll explain this again when we get closer to where I'm actually going to put the timestamp, but if you're trying to do intensive care for getting the spears out of Trico in a timely manner, whatever that's considered to be, this fight is a big problem. So, especially when you're trying to get hints, they can kind of ruin each other. So I'll get into what you should do in just a bit, but be aware that it's easy to fail intensive care by trying to get these hints. It's possible to get both in the same playthrough, just difficult. Okay, so hint number 51, throwing caution to the wind, I gave the masked beast's tail an almighty tuck. I'm gonna start explaining this now because it's kind of long. For the purposes of intensive care, I'm gonna start explaining it now. For the people who are just in this for the hint, once the Tricos fall down and you're at the point where you need to trap the other Trico's tail under the door, just wait 3 minutes before you do that. But if you're looking for intensive care, which is the trophy for removing spears from Trico in a timely manner. Hey buddy, you took a little while on that fight, huh? This fight is a problem because there's going to be armors throwing spears the entire time. And then you're asked to wait 3 minutes. And then an additional, I think it's 5 minutes? 3 to 5 minutes. For another hint afterwards. All of which is time that he has spears in him, which can make it really hard to get intensive care. So, I will show you how to reduce the impact on intensive care if you want to do hints and intensive care in the same playthrough. It is possible, it's just difficult. So first they have to do this. Timer starts for the hint once they fall. So there we go, down he goes. And there we are on her. We don't need to go over and look at the door or anything. I'm just going to get over here on Trico. And this cutscene starts now, where they start throwing spears at Trico. So you just want to stand kind of like right here, right where that guy just threw that spear. And for the next 3 minutes, you're just going to stand here and keep taking spears out as he throws them at Trico's butt. Because this is where he's going to hit every time. Anywhere from the bottom of Trico's ribs here down to, you know, here-ish. Eventually, he will run out of spears, or in cases like that, he'll miss. So you spend this 3 minutes taking spears out of Trico, and that's going to mitigate how bad your intensive care is, but the fact is, it's still going to be rough here in a second, because he's laying on spears. Like, some of these are going to count as him laying on them. So keep pulling the spears out, wait for 3 minutes, and we'll deal with the next hint after that. So here's our hint. If you did not get it to trigger after 3 minutes, just get off of Trico, come over here to the lever, and just kind of stand in the area where you would be pulling her tail. And that can sometimes get it to trigger if you're having a difficult time. The next hint is going to be just basically right here. It's really important when you jump down to Trico, after you hit this other Trico in the head, don't stay on him. So I'm going to let this actually play out. In speedruns we would do this differently, but... Okay, so hint number 52. I had to help my companion, I had to jump. This one really confuses people, and it for sure, like, confused me also. Because it's not clear where you're supposed to be, like if you're supposed to be standing up here or down there. So you need to jump on Trico, and then he's gonna start falling, right? Get off of him. Don't fall with him. So jump off. Trico's gonna fall to the bottom. So you jump down to him to get him to fall, and then you wait on this platform for 180 seconds, that's 3 minutes, while he's down here. Big problem with this is that it's easy to die when you go down to him here in a second. But we'll worry about that once you actually get hint number 52. Alright, so there's our hint. The reason that this can be kind of problematic, right, is because you have to now not die, or else you have to get this hint again. So the best way to remember, no matter how far you fall, if you fall onto Trico, camera, can you please? If you fall onto Trico, it's not too far, so you're either gonna want to just skim the edge here and then fall so that you're on him, or see if you can hang. Just really take the time to line that up, though, or else you're going to have to get that hint again. Hint number 53 is not until we're at the next cage. So once again, it'll be a fair ways. If you want to do this way, you can. This will save us a little bit of effort later, but you don't have to if you just want to solve this as intended. We're destroying these two armors up above. We usually get, yep, hold on, Trico, I'll pull it out here. That means I personally have failed the spear check. Trico has too many spears in him. I'll need to take them out. If that happens to you as well, that's what's happening. Trico has too many spears. So you won't get the little camera kick when you give him all 4 barrels. You'll need to take some spears out first. Hello, bro? If you need balancing barrels, the trophy for stacking 2 barrels, these are great ones because this is a flat surface. I have a video for how to do that. But it's fairly easy. Just takes a little practice. Boy, that barrel is determined to just roll as far backwards as possible. Trico does best with this if you hold the barrels in your hands like this. You can put them on the ground and he'll kind of eventually maybe eat them after a lot of repositioning, but this is usually the fastest way to do it. If this barrel gets stuck underneath some debris, which can sometimes happen and it becomes impossible to grab it, just hit the debris with Trico's lightning again. It'll send it flying and then you'll be able to get it. Alright, so I know I'm gonna have to pull spears in order to be able to proceed, so let's go grab those. There we go, and there's the camera going, indicating that we did this correctly.
Atamisetunim ite harakastu awizi.
The pink sky. End of game. Are you excited that we're almost done? It's really nice. I really honestly prefer when the hints kind of rapid fire as opposed to like having one and then having another one like 20 minutes later. So thankfully we're about to get that once we get to White Tower. So once we give Trico the singular jump command, he's going to take care of the rest of this himself. So don't bother giving him commands because he won't. It'll just confuse him more. You gotta do the twirly whirls, buddy. You gotta spin around. Oh, here we go. There has been one singular time that he hasn't done the twirly whirls here for me. I stood up on him for just a second just to be able to take my mirror out. Because we're going to need it in a second. You don't have to leave him behind like that. If you don't want to, you can just follow him, like stay on him while he's over here. Just make sure that he turns around like that. He, in this area only, for some reason, will not shoot his lightning if his tail is facing towards you. Alright, hint number 54. Nope, I lied. It's 53. I'm sorry. Hint number 53. My companion struggled valiantly to resist. This one's really easy. You just gotta get Trico down in here. And then you have to wait 1 minute without destroying this thingy. Keep your eye on Trico throughout that time, but I mean, 60 seconds, you'll have it. Okay, once we've got this, we're free to destroy this antenna, whatever you'd like to call it. And the next hint is going to be actually on the white tower. And then finally, we start getting a bunch of them all kind of right in a row. That was so poorly done on my part. Oh, Trico, buddy! Child, leave Trico alone. Boy, tell you what. Doing these mirrors well as a speedrunner is really difficult. And, the fact that the boy often just wants to like go over and pet Trico instead of using the mirror just kind of further complicates things. But we got the two hardest ones. That's nice. You can do these whenever you like. By the way, you don't have to be doing them now, especially if they're causing you a lot of problems, which... Oh yeah, they do that. It's just the earlier you destroy them, the less annoying they are, in the sense that your progress is saved by a checkpoint. So if you should happen to die up on these towers, which is actually really easy to do, you won't have to destroy them again. That's why we get them so early. But you do you, fam. Do what makes you happy. Live your truth. You'll have another opportunity to hit most of them if you don't want to hit them here. You got this, dude? Getting a little confused, huh? Alright, once you're over here, this is another place where you can destroy those other eyes if you want. They're going to be like right there and over there. Because we need to get off to destroy this one anyway. So if you didn't get him previously, now's a good spot. You're not going to be able to hit one of them over there, but it's still, you know, it's better than nothing. Once we get down here, we can once again destroy some armors that aren't technically bothering us right now, in order to make it a little more convenient later. Okay, he's gonna run out from behind me. There are 2 armor platforms up here that we can work on. Coming up, there's going to be a place where it's really easy to die, which is why I suggested getting as many of those eyes as you could earlier. Because the checkpoint's down here, so if you had destroyed them down here, they wouldn't be banked as progress in the checkpoint. I mean, it's not really a big deal, right? If you have to get them again, it's just kind of annoying, but... this bit is where it's very easy to die. Specifically, the 3rd gargoyle tends to be the one that kills the most people, but... Because you're kind of coming around this at a weird angle, which usually means you grab either too close to the building or too far, and it doesn't count as a grab. Trico will almost always be hopping down, that's normal. And then up he comes. Wow, he is really slow this time. Did he go all the way down? Whoop, hi. Usually he's kind of walking into the room by the time that the gate is just finishing going up. Trico, if you could just let me off of your body, please. Almost there. We're almost to the White Tower. Hang in there. This is often where fatigue sets in for speedrunners because there's very little to do here, actually. No hints, no barrels. Just back and forth and back and forth. Plus, you know, even if you're doing any percent, you're, I forgot to restart my splits like 6 years ago, sorry. Even if you're doing any percent, you're still at like almost 3 hours here, so. You know what I can actually do? It's not like I have anything else to do anyway. I'm gonna mess around with my splits while we do this. Trico is very self-guided in this section, so. So you can technically, here, I'm fixing my splits since I forgot to do them while we have been talking this entire time. But yeah, you can technically destroy this armor up here prior to this moment. But it's really, really hard. Trico usually gets in the way and it's not really worth it in my opinion. Alright. I think I've gotten everything working again. The splits are updated, the captions are working. I mean, it doesn't super matter. It's just for funsies, but you know. Alright, we're building a bridge. We're getting there. We can see the White Tower in the distance. Try to stay away from that inside wall if you can. And let Trico grab you. Or just land on his chest like that. Just don't jump directly onto the middle of his head. I know that that's the most tempting thing to do, but it's really easy to die that way. Because the boy won't grab. He'll just be like, oh, this is a walkable surface, and then he'll just bounce off. I have lost so many runs to doing that. One more. Almost there. This one you can actually do a cheeky little trick if you want. You probably won't die. You might die. But even if you do, it's alright. Because the checkpoint's right there. Unless you're doing untouchable. If you're doing untouchable emissary, do not do this. The time between when you realize that you're gonna die and when you die is very small. But you can see there's no grate behind this lever. So after we pull it, we're gonna run left and then straight. And hopefully, if Trico is being kind, he will be out there. That was very close. I gave Trico that command during the scene. We'll see if he understood. Seems like probably not. Did you get it, man? Take that as a no. Boy, he is just really confused. Here you go. Now you got it? Alright, I think he's got it. So we're gonna do this fight at the front of the White Tower, and then our next hint, hint number 54, will be right after that. Less than 10 hints. We can do it. So approach this fight on the White Tower however you like, whatever makes sense to you. I always tend to do it in roughly the same way. Of course, the armors are different every time, so that means the fight's different every time, but if you need any of the armor-related trophies, Thundering Wonder, Last Minute Reprieve, Losing Their Minds, any of those for destroying them with thunder, pulling their heads off, having Trico save you, etc., this is a great place to do it because as long as you don't destroy these armors that are up on these scaffolds, the fight won't ever end. Good job, Trico. So you can just keep resetting the checkpoint and you get to keep your progress. So you can literally just farm out all of the trophies here for that. All 3 of those. Whoopsie. That was my bad. Uh-oh. I thought Trico had killed that guy. I'll knock this one down at least. Then I need to start being careful that he doesn't make too much progress. Let's drop this and go. Go, 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 go. Alright, there's still this guy down here. That's fine. Alright, that worked out really well because now he's just got that guy on top. And I can get ready to do the little speed run trick. Wow, Trico, you're doing a really bad job. Got a speed run, not a speed walk, buddy. He can't seem to, like, turn around. Nope, now we knocked him over without killing him. Here we go. Stop. We just get that guy to drop his shield inside there. Oh, so unlucky. This guy came out with a shield also. There's only like a 5% chance of that happening. Not the shield. Come on, Trico. Well, at least he broke it also. Ah, Treeks, you interrupted the mirror, dude. Okay, well, that guy's gone. Bye. Trico, there are a lot of dudes here. And you are doing poorly at most of them. Yes, that helmet in the background is the one that I want to run to 3 times in a row. 4 times. Oh, everything's on the circle button. You'll love to see it. Draco, I don't even think that was who you were aiming for, if I'm being real. Who foresaw that wasn't gonna work? Okay. Trico has finished this fight. So, hint number 54, now that Trico's done with this fight. At last, having scoured the outside of the tower, I found a way inside. There's a barrel up there in the 3rd slot that you can be getting while you do this. It's just 4 minutes. Stay up here. You can farm for Call of Nature if you would like during this time, which is just you run back and forth like to here on each side, but don't go further than that because we got another hint around the back that we can kind of mess up if we do that. So 4 minutes up here at the front of the White Tower for hint number 54. Alright, so here is this hint. This one is very easy. Hint number 55, though. The plinth seemed almost as if it were made to house the mirror. Can be a lot harder. So the plinth is all the way around the back of the tower, right? It's where you put the mirror in to open the door that takes you to the elevator. I regularly have a hard time getting this to trigger. If I miss a hint during a playthrough and have to get it in the next playthrough, it's almost always this one. So, hint number 55. The plinth seemed almost as if it was made to house the mirror. Should take about 3 minutes of just, you know, being around this plinth in order to trigger this hint. Keep your mirror. You can see that I have it out. Put it away. Trico. Looking back at me like, haha, did you see me do that? So, we're going to repeat this previous hint, right? Which is always expected. And then we're just going to chill here 3 minutes and wait for this plinth hint. Keep your camera on the plinth. Don't, because it wants to drift up like this. Keep it on the plinth. Wonderful. Okay, so if you're wondering why I'm in a different spot since before the cut, it's because Trico kept stepping on me. But yeah, so just spend your time near the plinth. If you pass that 3 minute mark and it hasn't triggered, just go ahead, if Trico would let me show you, and walk up to it like this. If that's still not working, take some runs around the outside of the White Tower and then stop by the plinth every time you pass it. Now, if you're a speedrunner, you will know how to do elevator skip. We're not going to do that, because we need a hint inside the elevator. So inside here, Once Trico is in here, we'll get this. Okay. Hint number 56. The ceiling prevented us from continuing our ascent. Hi, Trico. We need to turn on this elevator without opening any of the doors or like the, you know, pieces of the seal above it. Great. And so now that we're in here, Trico's going to sit down. Don't mess with his tail or anything. Just come stand over here on the side of the room. 3 minutes for number 57. Clambering over Trico's tail. I made my way to the level below. So we're just going to wait with Trico for 3 minutes before we touch his tail or in any way interact with it. Alright, easy enough. Easy peasy. So next, we don't really have any more hints until we're jumping on the pillars after this next fight. Okay, so once you're down here, just go ahead, take care of all this. Our next hint is going to be right before we hop into the room with the master. So no problem there. I suppose I should mention that if you had problems with Trico's tail accidentally falling into the hole on its own, you can reset the checkpoint. Don't forget to get that first hint again about opening the door above you. And then just walk to the other side of where you were standing so that his butt doesn't line up with a hole. And that should help. Let's just go ahead and do that again. The helmet didn't zip like it was supposed to. Thank you. See, it's supposed to do it right when it comes off the wall, and it just didn't. Come on in, gentlemen. Once we get this elevator open, we can continue with the fight that's up top. Again, approach it however you like. Just remember that there's 2 guys up on the scaffold above you. Trico will occasionally lose interest in the fight below him if those guys are not dead, which can slow things down, but you're not really doing a speed run, so who cares? One neat thing, though, is that once you trigger this, wait for it to pop back to the boy, and then we can do a little teleport. As soon as you have control of the boy here again, you can reset. And you don't have to worry about climbing up Trico's tail again. It'll just put you up here. Let's go, guys. Let's get this over with. We only got a couple more hints. That guy's always going to be coming up behind me there. Oh, we got 1, 2, 3. Come on, Trico. Had to ruin everything, didn't you, buddy? Well, alright. At least he actually got those guys. Instead of just knocking them to the floor. There always has to be a helmet next to this door, doesn't there? The one time that I actually want to pick up the helmet, I can't. Hello, gentlemen. I was counting on Trico to save me there, which is why I'm not, like, mashing or anything. Oh, that was a double shot. Nice job, buddy. Alright, so now he's gonna start getting confused about whether to hit the guy on the floor. Yeah, he never gets this guy on the floor. Of course, this puts me in a less advantageous position, but whatever. We still got that guy to drop his shield. There's gonna be another one coming out here that I can't quite make it to because Trico messed it up. Of course, he couldn't shoot. This guy's gonna pick up the shield again. The door opened because I was caught for a second. I have had one instance where something like that happened, and Trico, in his effort to save me, just absolutely yeeted me into the hole, into the door, and it absolutely killed me. There was no armor in there with me or anything. It was just Trico's fault. Where did this guy go? Well, the world may never know, I guess. Oh, there he is. Come on down, dude. Of course he didn't. Alright. Trico, buddy, you gotta make some progress here, my man. I can't be doing everything for you. I'm sure that guy didn't die either. There we go. Grab is an automatic death, so. Hello. Thank you. Boy, that was just not willing to do anything. Stay out of the middle, honey. Almost to hint number 58. Get there shortly. Now that we're up here, don't forget that there's a barrel here. This should be your final barrel if you've been working on those. And then we come out here. Trico's gonna hop down. Hey, buddy. Let's get going, huh? He didn't understand a word I said. So once we get up here, there is a little trick where we can jump to these holes early. Oh, he's choosing like the worst path up here. Well, whatever. We can get into the holes that go to the master early by jumping off of Trico's head, but we don't want to do that. Instead, we're just going to let Trico hop all the way up here. Stay on his back the whole time. Trico, my dude, this path takes so much longer. Why did you choose this way? Okay, so for hint number 58, all that we found was a hole so small that only I could squeeze through. You can see these holes. Technically, we could jump to one now, but we are just going to sit here and have our hair cut by this fan for 60 seconds, because you see we've got this hole here. So don't jump to it, just stay on Trico's back for 60 seconds. Alright, once you've gotten this hint, you can see that I'm like just standing on the floor. If you are having a hard time getting to this hole because you can't get off Trico without dying, it's okay to just reset the checkpoint once Trico is standing here, and then you'll be here and you can wait 60 seconds to get the hint. That is also fine. And in fact might be preferred, but either way you want to do it. So once you get in with the master in here, hint number 59 will always appear. It's, I know now that this was the master of the valley. So that happens right about now. And then hint number 60, immediately following, it seemed that the light of the mirror suppressed the great darkness somewhat. We need to just stand here. Just stand here and hang out. Just don't use the mirror and you will be good. We're in the home stretch, folks. That was hint number 60. Number 61 is going to be after we get out of the fan. So Trico is waiting underneath the fan blades, right? And we need to... that wasn't quite enough. We need to make it clear that we don't know that we can take him out of the fan with us. So let's get up here to the fan. And then we'll worry about what to do. Alright. Hint number 61, resolved to face whatever may come, I brought the spinning blades to a halt. We need to leave this tower without stopping for Trico, so don't put your shield in this plinth. Don't slow down the fan blades, just get out if you can, which is proving challenging. And then once we're out here, you can just turn back, look at the fan, you can see Trico down there, and wait 3 minutes. It's happening. We're almost there. We are on our final hint. Of course, it's as far away as possible. It's literally the last moments of the game, but you know. So we need to be... Trico's tail needs to be severed, and we need to be in this section with him in order to get the final hint. So we've got a lot of idle time here. A lot of scenes. And then flying on that other Trico. We progress this one by giving Trico any command. The jump command is the fastest. Next, we're going to want to run back to Trico once the scene ends. And then we got some stuff to watch. And I'm going to cut these scenes because there's no reason for them to be in here, right? Like, everybody is watching them. You don't need help for how to watch them, so... Alright, your leg is going to be broken here. Go ahead and reset the checkpoint. That will fix your leg. That's definitely how medicine works. This time you won't be able to grab the mirror. Next time you will. Alrighty, we're coming back around to the White Tower here in just a second. Which means you're going to get thrown off of this Trico. Boop. Oh, that was an alright throw. Don't forget that if you need the Cryptozoologist trophy for touching all of the Tricos, now is your chance. Circle to grab the mirror. And we've got this one little scene. Alright, here we go, folks. Hint number 62, the final one. We are right at the end of the game. Trico just had his tail ripped off, and it is inside the cage now. You can see it right over there. So, we go in with it. Don't use the mirror. Just stand in here for 3 minutes. If the trophy, or I'm sorry, well, I mean, yes, the trophy. If the hint doesn't pop after 3 minutes, you can go ahead and shoot this pillar, but don't take it down below. So wait the 3 minutes, and then you should have, if everything has gone well for you, both your all talked out trophy and, for some of you, your platinum. If you missed a hint because, you know, you went too far on accident, you couldn't get it to trigger, whatever, don't forget that the progress carries over. So if you just go get that one hint in the next playthrough, then all talked out will trigger at that point. You don't have to go through the entire game again. And I'll be back when we get this this hint. There's our final hint. If you, I mean, I have the trophy already on this profile, so if you did all the hints so far, you should have all talked out at this point, possibly the platinum. Congratulations for making it through. This is not a fun trophy to do. I guess I can stop these splits to show you. It takes just about 6 hours, and obviously we were doing this quite fast, all things considered, so this is not a simple endeavor by any means. Don't forget to complete the game by just, you know, dragging the tail down and defeating the master. If you need other trophies, things like barrels and stuff, the emissaries, all of that are going to trigger I mean, if you need to bank the barrels to get the feather painter or something, all of that stuff needs to be done through the end of the game. So don't forget to do that. Hopefully you found this helpful. I'm really sorry if you still have trouble with some of these hints. Sometimes, even in the best circumstances, they can still just be really finicky. So, good luck. If you didn't get one, I hope that you get it on the next playthrough. If you need more help with any of the Last Guardian trophies, I am always here to answer questions, or, you know, feel free to leave a comment. I have a bunch of other guides that I hope you find helpful. Other than that, congratulations on your trophy. I hope that you get the rest of the trophies that you need, and enjoy your platinum when you get it. I'm actually literally restarting this video real quick. I know that I just did my little send off here, but to show you that I did in fact get all talked out. I didn't realize I didn't have it on this profile, so when I was talking to you just now, I did get it. It just didn't show because I think my PlayStation settings are set to like private or something. So I wanted you to see that I did get it, and you will too. I wasn't lying. So good luck getting all of the rest of the trophies you need, and let me know if you need any more help.